Good morning, everyone. And we had a nice sell down this morning. Not terribly surprised. I hope you weren't. And now we're getting the late morning, midday bounce a little bit. We've been trading much of the week in this view. Ordinarily, we're trading the Nasdaq. But this week we stayed with the silver contract. Had some wild action last night, right? Wild. We haven't been trading every minute of every day, um, but we're going to arm it here in a moment. We're going to give folks a chance to find us. We don't come live every day. I wish we could. We can't because we're doing our own trading and we're also conducting what we call our Q schools for folks that want to learn how to use our tools and apply our tools to their own trading and even help them to develop maybe tools around approaches that they've been doing. So that does in fact keep us quite busy. But when we do punch up, we will try to do it around the middle part of the day. We'll try, right? Um, and that could vary from week to week as our schedules get compressed. So, but if you push the like buttons, that helps us with the algos. If you push the notification button when we do punch up, you'll get a notification. And sometimes we will punch up in the evening, right? Like last night. I mean, it was just a wild scene on the silver contract last night. Now we didn't get it all, right? Um, we have some wood in the trade for the week, pretty profitable, and so Bagger was taking a little bit more risk than I ordinarily would, and it didn't fully pan out. Panned out, but not fully panned out. And that's okay. I mean, you can do that with these trading robots, right? These trading robots are meant to help you get control of your emotions, to minimize the emotions of fear and greed, and to maximize your time, your capital, and maximize your patience and discipline. So, in a moment, let me just say welcome to those that might be stopping by. And there's nobody right now. Where is everybody, huh? Holy smokes. And I hope the hodlers, a lot of people I know, a lot of people have hodled into crypto and it's just been a bloodbath, right? I mean, it's down 50% and going lower, right? And now the question is like, now what? Now what do they do, right? And what happens is when you have a market like crypto, like Bitcoin, that went to $127,000 a coin just a few short months ago. There are some people like Dave Portnoy that bought it, you know, up at $100 or $100,000, 95,000, and now they're underwater considerably, and they just want their bread back. So what happens is when we get the bounces, they sell because they want their money back. They don't get it all, but they'll get some of it. And then that presents overhead resistance. The same is true for silver and gold. That can and same can happen any market, and it usually happens when markets are most euphoric, because when they're most euphoric, the short sellers back away. They don't short, and when there's no shorts, there's no marginal buyer. Right? But in any case, we're going to wait and see if we get some folks to pass by, and when we do, we'll activate the program. So in the meantime, let us know if you get any questions. And I don't see any folks, and that's kind of fine. Kind of quiet, huh? That's all right. We're here each and every day, and when you're trading well it's a pretty boring affair. It's it is what it is, right? All right, so we'll be back in a little bit. Late good morning to everybody, and we will be back right at the top of the hour, right at about noon. We'll review some of the action that we're seeing this morning, and we will also reactivate our program on silver. We don't have the high water mark for the week. We don't. We never do, right? We never get the high water mark. I don't say never, but rarely. So we're just playing for the middle, but we still have very nice profits trading one micro silver. Last night, Don was playing for the another positive outlier. We didn't quite get it, but we'll review in a moment or two. Any questions about who we are, what we're about? Don't hesitate to visit the site and don't hesitate to ask any questions. We punch up like this. The middle part, we try the middle part of the day. It will be a challenge in the weeks and months ahead because we're trading ourselves, Susan and I, but we're also conducting what we call Q schools for those folks that want these tools on their desktop, and their education is a priority over everything else, our own trading and everything. So we'll do our best, but if you push the notification bell on YouTube when we do punch up, you'll get a notification. Sometimes we'll do it in the evening if we see some wild action, which we did last night, and then otherwise, look for us, middle part. We'll just say middle part of the day. It may not always be precisely noon. It might be a little bit before. It might be a little after. That's what we're trying to do as best we can to create a little bit of awareness of who we are. What are we doing here? We are basically looking to extract the cash flow from the money flow and minimizing the emotions of fear and greed while maximizing our time and our capital. It's that simple, and it really is. Once you're exposed to it, once you see the various approaches, it really is a simple game. What is maybe difficult, there's two aspects of it that can be difficult, but we will work hard to expose it to you so that you can get your arms around it. Is one, attaching meaning to the money. We're taught that as children, and to accumulate money because it does provide for various things. So unlike another job, you do your job and you don't really think about the money necessarily. You just do the job for achievement. And when you're trading, though, the money is right in your kisser, and so you have to work to put that aside. And we have not some tricks, but some metrics that you'll want to work on as opposed to scoring yourself on the money. The other piece that can be difficult, particularly in a market that is correcting, is it can even happen in a market that is going euphoric though too. The noise level can get really high, and we don't want to trade the noise. We don't want to trade the narratives, and when it is. So, for instance, and it can be fun. We get it, right? We're human too, right? But when it's happening. So, for instance, when silver was making its run, right, and we were bullish silver below 25, but she makes her run and she gets into the 40s, and now we start eyeing the all-time high, and we say, hey, she's probably going to go to 50, and when she gets over 50, it's going to attract a lot of folks that didn't see the value in silver at 25, but suddenly they see the value, and she runs really hard, really fast to 75. To 80. Now it's out there, and you have people like, and this is his name, not my name, but his name, Asian guy, right? He's on Twitter, he's on YouTube, he keeps changing all his handles, and I don't even think it's real. I think it's just some sort of AI thing, right? And it's spending a lot of money, just punching this thing up, and he's weaving, all these stories and all these narratives, and that's what I mean by the noise. and silver makes a run, and then she gets to 100, and then she shoots up through that. Oh my goodness, if she's going to 110, 120, is it going to 300, 500? Well, it very well could have, right? It very well could have. It very well might. But if you have good trading skills, when the momentum wanes, you'll have visualization on that. You'll be able to see it. It's not gray, it's black and white. And then when momentum wanes and dries up, especially on a euphoric bubble, if there's no one shorting it, then there are no marginal buyers. Because you see, the shorts provide buying power. When they need to register or lock in their gains, they will come in and they'll buy. But it may be, very, very short lived, right? So the same is true whether you're going up or even going down, right? So we were down very, very hard this morning. The smart money, what I consider our members who have these tools, they get in, they get short, they collect their cash, and then in the middle part of the day, they may be closing out their positions, and that provides a little bit of a bounce in the market. They may be gone, they're done, they made their money, they're like, hey, it's time to go do something else, go play golf, go fishing. Getting a little bit warmer, a little cool day today, a little overcast, but that sort of thing. So any case, little backdrop as to who we are. We appreciate the like buttons, the retweets, the questions, and in a moment or two, I will activate the program and let you know when we do that. Now, if a person is making decisions purely on the money, oh, we're going down, red candle, green candle sort of thing, um, then it can be very, very frustrating because they put on a trade, even if it's long, and they see their account going up. Oh boy, that feels good. Okay, okay. Oh man, do I come out? Do I not come out? And they got all that pent up emotion, right? And then they take it. Oh, that feels good. Okay, well, if I took it, then it can't go any higher. Then I better short it. Oh, now it's going down. Oh, now I don't feel so good. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, I lost all that. I wasted all this emotion. I wasted all that time and I had all that, that sort of thing. If you're doing that. And all I can say is if you are, stop. Just stop. Best thing to do is just stop and think it through. Wait and just think it through. All right, so we're going to slide over to silver, and I think we got it right here. Here it is. This is our account. Where we started the weekly, and let me tee this thing up. The program is not on. We're going to turn it on right now. So bear with me. In fact, the machine is short. So what I'm going to do, I like the looks of this too here. So bear with me. I'm going to enter the trade short in sympathy with the machine. So let's get it on here. There it is. And then what I'm going to do is have the machine take control of the trade. Right, so that looked really good to my eye. We'll see, but I don't want to be doing this. I want the machine doing it. Right, so you can see where we are. We haven't done any other trades. We were doing them late last night, and then we just stopped. And you don't have to trade every. Nope, Donald, that is not right. Bear with me. I made a mistake here. I better concentrate. Made a mistake in setting it. And let's get this. I want to adopt real world position. And would you like to disable? Nope. There it is. Okay, so the machine now has control of this trade for me. Right. I put it in manually because the trade actually went in here, and then we got a little bit of a bounce and I get it in. But I liked what I saw here. We're up against resistance, and you can see we're in starting to downtrend. We're in defense, and now if I chose to, I could go in and capture this trade, but I'm going to try not to. We will be up. We're going to let you watch for about an hour. That's about all the time we have today. But I don't know the outcome, right? Now it's not going to happen where I'm going to give back, we're to the good, almost $18,000 this week. We won't be trading Friday. We may punch up, but not likely. If we do any trading, it'd be very, very small. But there's no chance in hell that we're going to give all that back. And we'll see if we can put a little icing on the cake. I'm not going to target a number. I'm not going to try to get to a round number or anything of the sort. I'm not going to do anything when it comes to the money at this point. In fact, if anything, I want to kind of just sit back on my hands. All right, so we'll bounce back and forth here, and we'll also give you a view of the markets. And they've just given us a little midday bounce. If you're trying to get a grip and a handle on where are the markets right now, and it's always, we're very close, right? We're trading intraday, so we have a very close view on all of them that we're trading. But if you're an investor, you have a portfolio, you might want to back away from the intraday and get a larger view of where the markets are. And and we made some very, very nice YouTube videos the last couple of days. And so we're not surprised with this pullback. We will get some vicious rallies that'll suck in, the silly money. But these markets there's a looming correction. And we think that correction could be very deep. It could be, 25, 30%. And it's going to be a healthy thing. All right, so we got ourselves a nice trade here. That's a beautiful thing. This is a micro contract, folks. Micro. You can do something very similar with these micros now. Back when we got real active with the futures contracts, the futures contract for the NQ was like $3,000 because the index was like around 3,000. But we didn't have micros. But now that we have, it's scalable because the indices are so damn high. All right, so when we look at Swing Machine, we can see the VIX actually went short at about 11:45. So that gave some pause to our members that have this on their desktop, thinking, okay, well, the selling might on the indices, particularly the S&P, might subside a little bit. And it appears that it was reacting to the market itself, because you can see at 11:18, 11:18, 11:20, we got that little bit of a bounce. All right, so we'll slide back over here so you can watch this guy here. This is what we'll bounce back and forth. Any questions? Don't hesitate, and we'll try to address them as they come up. We'll let everybody watch. Everything that you see on this screen is automated, from Swing Machine to this tool, to this tool, to this tool, to that tool, to this tool, and the strategy itself. Everything is completely automated, and so it's not like I'm typing it in, and it's monitoring it real time. Now, if you wanted to do this, now this is intraday. If you want to slow this down and trade on what would be synthetically an hourly basis, or maybe a daily basis, and slow it down, and trade options, absolutely, you could certainly do that. Once again, a bit of a raw day here in Tampa. It's chilly, and all right. So you can see we here it is again. She's trying to break down again. This could be a nice, nice trade. So we're not trading the money. The machine is trading it. The machine is trading it. Everything you see here is automated. Um, and you get to decide how fast you want to do this, and you get to decide to a certain extent, the leverage. This is a micro, right? Now she's not going to short again. She's not going to double me up. You could do that sort of thing, but hey, Teddy, what's going on, buddy? You gotta go eat, man. This dog is such a picky eater, man. If you don't eat that other, your sister's gonna go eat your food there, Ted. I gotta keep an eye out on him. Go eat, Ted. Go eat your food. Picky. The other one, the other golden. I mean, she's keep an eye on her. If he walks away, she'll go over and scoff his food. She'll eat it on you, Ted. Go get it. Go get it. Oh my goodness. No. He wants me to go sit with him. Ted. Now you could intervene, right? We could, right? And what do I mean by that is that the program is running, and if for whatever reasons, hopefully more than just money, but maybe, you're like, okay, I've waited for this. Um, I made my $585 like in 10 minutes. I'm happy with that. I don't need to be here all day, and I'm going to take my money. I mean, you can do that, and you just turn it off. What I don't think is a good thing though is trying to squeeze this in, rather haphazardly, right? If he's under here, Susie. Do you want to pick it up, Susan? We got to pick his food up. It's unbelievable. I don't know how the dog gets to be as big as he is. I mean, he eats, but so is squeezing it in, right? And I know this firsthand because I used to do this, right? At one time, I was, early 2000s, I was still working for the man. I still had I was right and had a corporate life, and I would try to squeeze it in, like in between a conference call or in between, whatever. And and it wasn't good. It wasn't good. It took away from my corporate thing, and it also took away from my trading because I was trying to do just that. I was trying to squeeze it in, and I had some artificial pressures on it. Finally, come to grips with it. So, in the way that you can do that is you know your schedule best, and if you've got another gig, that you're working for the man or you're working for somebody else, there might be certain times, hopefully, and then you want to get kind of in a routine. But I just don't think it should be haphazard, right? I don't think you should, be coming in, you know, I got 30 minutes, between, whatever, between calls or something. That's what I think that probably wouldn't be so good. But if there's a certain part of the day or certain days that you can set yourself up, then yeah, and try to control the things that you can control. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so let's you guys might want to see this, so we'll just punch over here very, very quickly. Take a look at these other markets. I can tell just by looking at them, they just kind of a midday bounce. Let's slide back and see here. Now, if she clears this, she's going to cover that short and she'll go long. If she doesn't, she'll come right back down. There you can see when she goes into O's, the little golf ball will turn red. So we know that now we have some selling pressure. That little plus sign, that's the reversal marker, and that will trail down, right? And should this thing come back even later today and clear this area, then yeah, there could be a pretty good squeeze back up to here. These are the what we call the ball markers, and let me see if I can show you. There they are, and they're very significant because, as you can see, another approach is, even on point and figure, you can do it with Rinko, is to generally, when you see this one here and one here, is to be maybe a buyer down in this area. And let me that's what I mean. I'll draw that in. So like down in here, maybe I want to be a buyer. This is a huge, huge trade. Now, there'll be some volatility in here, but if you had taken it up and then on up in here, maybe, no, maybe up in there, let's do it this way, and just in a general area, right? We're not trying to, maybe I'd want to be a seller, right? So this is and we didn't do this, right? But you could do it. But, from here to here, up in this area, from this area to there, it's huge. Now, what you don't know is, are we going to do this? Okay, so she just covered. She made a little bit of money and she put herself long. Are we going to do this sort of thing though? We don't know. We don't know. Now, the machine isn't set up to do that right here, right now, but you could, right? We could do that, and it's a nice way to go. Now I'm looking, so I just wanted to kind of point that out a little bit. So we'll back away from that, and now I can see, that we do have this area up here. Oops, I didn't mean to draw an arrow. I don't want to overdo it. It's just not what I'd rather do. But, so we got this area. Probably not going to make it, probably not. But if it does make it and it ever clears, well, we could get a hell of a run, right? We could. So, you could have a decision to make. Now, one of the things that is hard to put into a bottle is this. It's Thursday. It's Thursday. It's not Sunday night. It's not Monday. I'm not just starting. I have $18,600 in my grasp. So I'm pretty relaxed, right? I have wood in the trade. Same thing if you're playing golf. When you start out and tee off, when you get started, you're just getting started. But if you get up, if you're playing a competitor, you're playing the course, you get up a few holes, or you get up a few shots over your, or under your handicap, you have, some wood in the trade. And so maybe you want to, relax your grip a little bit, right? If I was starting out and I saw this, maybe I'd be like, well, maybe I go ahead and I take that, birdie opportunity, or I take that par. I just, you know what, and I'll move on to the next hole and we'll wait for the next trade, that sort of thing. You can do that, right? And I will do that at various times, namely as we're starting out. That's why, and I really like Sunday evenings because it can set the tone, and you get some wood in the trade, and then you can relax and not trade on Monday morning, and then just kind of pick your spots. That makes sense? That is something that is kind of hard in terms of not programming it, but it's developing a trading personality of sorts. So I just kind of describe it. So she is pulling back here. We could take a little bit of a loss, and um, if she breaks down, she'll put a short, and I'll be pretty comfortable with that short. So let's see what happens here. There it is. Okay, so she took the loss, and I'm fairly comfortable here with the short side. So right now it's the middle of the day, at least on silver, and we're kind of stuck in this little, this little channel. She's just not going anywhere. And this is the thing with chop. A lot of times we'll have folks will say, "Well, I just want to avoid chop." You really can't avoid it, and you just have to be prepared, patient, and disciplined, and prepared to do it, right? So you don't have to be using the leverage we're using, right? We don't have to be trading this particular account, right? You can reduce it down. Um, but when we see this, and you definitely can see it, I think it'll resolve to the down. Ultimately, I think it'll resolve to the downside. But I could be wrong. But you can see that this sideways action here that is just kind of chewing us up a little. We just don't know when it's going to break, right? And so if I turn it off, and we've been in it for some period of time, so I think it will break, and I want that break one way or the other, and I know the machine will get it. The question is, how much is it going to cost me to stay in this, right? So there could be a point where I say, hey, you know what, I'll back away from it. But I could always keep an eye on it. But in the meantime, I still think we're okay. I don't like it. I don't like the drawdown, but we're profitable. So I have a different attitude on it than if we were just starting, right? If we were just starting the week or Monday, you know what? Maybe I got to pause it a little bit, and then maybe, especially if it's at the beginning of the week. If let's say that we get a break as example, and this thing runs down, it's up 13, 14, $1,500. At the beginning of the week, what I might do in that situation is I might say, you know what, I'll go ahead and I'll take the profit just to get my score back to par, right? Just to, because I got plenty of time. However, because of where I am and where we are in the week and where the account is and what I've done, I don't think I'll even do that here. I think if it does break down and I restore it, I'll feel better about it, and we'll see. But we'll see how it plays out. I still don't know. Whenever we punch up like this on YouTube, I'm not trying to prove an outcome. I'm not. Not saying that this is going to be for everyone. Going to be a special person, going to be something you really want to do. But it is also very scalable. I just want everyone to know, right? And this is a very volatile market, very rich market at the moment. So don't get spooked by the monies here. You can, be trading something much less volatile. Okay. She took another lump. Don't like to see it, but it is what it is, right? So if we do anything manually, I'll let you know. Otherwise, we're going to let her do its thing. Let's see how it plays out. Not taking it all the way back though. That's not happening. We'll continue to let it run, and we'll keep you posted. Let's just slide over and take a peek at swing. Now, this is kind of crazy, right? This is, we were totally red. We were totally selling down this morning, and now we get the midday. We're getting a midday bounce. We look at the VIX at 11:45. At 11:45, she turns down. Now, the VIX futures is a contract that bets on the VIX, which is a reflection of call and put buying in the options market, and it's usually the inverse. Okay, so we just took another hit on that. We'll go there. We'll go and see it in a moment. So when at 11:45, that'd be a warning to our members that are watching this. Like, you know what? Looks like maybe they want to take it up. Now, this could be just trailing stops from this morning, or it could be some, hedge funds exploiting the lower prices and saying, "Hey, we're gonna get in here." At 12:25, just not that long ago, 12:25, on a 5-minute basis, the ES goes long, and it goes long at 68.54. At 11:50, 5 minutes after that, the NQ goes long on a 5-minute, 1300. On a micro, it's 140, 130, right? On a micro, it's, $35. So again, all scalable. If it's, 10 minis, it's, 14 grand in minutes. So we're getting this little bounce. Let's slide back to our little program here. This is on silver, and I don't like this at all. And so we'll keep an eye on it here. I don't want to give too much back, and we'll just wait. We're in this chop. I'll draw it. I think you can see it. We'll get it's this, right? Stuck in it. Now, one of the things is that when you see chop like this, you can measure the distance from low to high. The longer it stays in there, the more violent the move will be when it breaks out or breaks down. And it just keeps, boom, 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 right? Now, we have programs, we could. If it stays in there, we could be doing some scalping in here, right? We could. I don't want to overthink it. You no sooner do that, and then we get the break. But so we'll let it. We still have plenty. This silver market has plenty of firepower to clean that up, right? And she comes back up the other side. Oh, stinker. Okay, so let's see if she clears it this time. I drew this. We get machinery to draw these. And I guess what I was going to say is that if you measure the distance, so let's say whatever the market is, I won't take the time to measure it, but let's take the time. Let me do that. So if we say this is the bottom, this is 75. Let's just 75.12. This is 76.45. So what is that? That is a buck, like a $1.30. So if this clears this, we would expect it to go to 77.80. That's what we would expect. We would expect it, whatever the width of this is, if it clears it, we would expect it to go at least the width of this, right? But there are programs and there are traders that are going to they're going to say, well, no, wait a minute, we're here, we come back down, we're going to fail, we're going to fade it. And that's fine. That's counter trend trading. And you can certainly do that. You just want to be damn sure, though, if it goes against you. And if this thing can clear this and then get to here and clear this thing's going to run. It'll run. So I just need to watch it play out. We'll see. We'll watch it together. We'll watch it and see how it plays out. It isn't possible when your account equity looks like this, right? Just want to remind everybody, right? Because if you're trading and you think your account equity is going to look like that, you're never going to have it. It just doesn't happen, right? So if we were to map out our account equity, I mean, we start at 40. What I mean by that is if this is 40 grand, it just doesn't go straight to 55, right? You're going to have your run up, great. You have a great Sunday night, then you have a pullback, then you have a run up, then you have, pullback. These pullbacks are part of it. I'm suffering a bigger pullback. Don't like that. Middle part of the day, but it is what it is, right? But at least we're not going to give it all back. Not at this stage of the week either, right? Clear that. Now, Swing Machine is on the 5 minute is long, so that's comforting to see. I can see the resistance. Um, you know, the counter trender in me would say, well, she'll probably fail. However, though, she's been here before and she just pulled back. It was a rather shallow pullback. If she breaks through this, it's going to generate probably quite a bit of buying. So I think the best thing is we just sit tight on it, and I don't want to overthink it, right? I don't really think about, I'm describing it to you. We're watching it on a screen, but trust me, I do way too many of these to be thinking about each individual trade. But as we're here together, I'm thinking, okay, we'll share it. If she breaks through, it'll generate some counter. So I'm thinking that this is, she ran up here. It made sense that she would pull back, shallow pullback, and it looks like she wants to break up through. So we'll see if we can get it. Now, the other part of it is too is, it's a really hardy pullback here on my profits. I don't like it. So my attitude might be, we may not make money today on it. I may have my hands full and just trying to clean that up, and I may not be able to clean it all up. And we end up not capturing a high water. The high water mark on this account was north of 64,000, and so we're off of that, right? And I took some last night, some added risk to try to catch, even more positive outlier, and I didn't get it. I won't do that in the beginning, right? I won't do that in the beginning. So that's just my style. And I play golf kind of the same way. When I start out, hey, let's just get the ball in the fairway. Let's get a few holes under our belt. Maybe get a birdie. And then if I'm playing a competitor or playing the golf course, once I'm up and I know that I'm going to have a decent day out on the golf course, then I might take on more risk, right? But if I'm not, or if it's in the beginning, I won't take on too much risk at the beginning of the round. That's just my style. Susan's not gonna. Susan's gonna play with a 9 iron all the way around. She just is. So everyone has their own, and everyone will have their own trading personality, and it fluctuates. You just. She gonna reject that? We'll see. Okay, so and as you watch this now, we've been trading this all week, and it's gonna be up to the individual trader, right? We do have little scalping programs that you could be in here and having a very fine morning doing some scalping. I'm choosing not to do that. We also had a drawdown last night, and then we got the break that we got. It cleaned up that entire drawdown. It was bigger than this, and added. So, we know the volatility is, we don't have it here yet, but we know it's capable, and I know it's capable of cleaning that up and then some. I don't know if I'm going to get it, right? But that's the way I'm positioned, and so I'm just gonna, sit on my hands, but I only take it so far, right? I only take it so far, and so we'll see how this plays out. But there are programs, I just want you to know, and we have them, and we have them for point and figure too, that could be, just scalping, 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 and, on each column. And in this action, it would do. But the downside to that is, of course, if you're doing the scalping and then you get the big break, you won't get it. You'll just get a little scalp, and that'd be all right. I mean, if that's what you set out to do. I don't know if we'll get it, but I mean, if we ever did break down and we were in it and we got the breakdown and we come back down into here, it'll clean all that up and then some, right? So, but there are other programs that we can say, like, if you're up against resistance, maybe only take the shorts and only stick around for a box or two, which is $100, $100, $100, and that sort of thing, that sort of approach. And maybe you do that at a certain period of time. Maybe you do it at the beginning of the week, just to put a little bit of mad money or a little bit of wood into your account so that you can, okay, then I'll relax my grip a little bit and play for a little bit more. This is, of course, the silver market, which is extremely leveraged right now, extremely volatile, and not a market that we ordinarily trade. Usually, the view that we have up here is the Nasdaq. And but hey, Teddy, what's going on, buddy? Okay, so we all can see that in terms of this little micro view, she's at the lower end of that range. Is she going to break it? So the danger would be in trying to initiate a short down here, right? Because she could reverse and rip you. But we're already short at a higher level. We have wood in the trade. I have wood in the account. I'm okay where I am. Maybe I would feel differently if it was Sunday or Monday. Maybe I'd say, hey, you know what? Maybe I need to take this bread, work off that drawdown, and get myself in a better, or get the account into a better position. But I'm not, right? And so I'm just describing it because of where I am on the day, where I am on the week. If I can just sit tight, I don't like the draw, but if I can get this break and they accelerate again and we revisit this, then I'm going to be in really nice shape. Now, one of the things that I can do as well is, if I think I've got myself a really nice short signal up here, there might be some additional buys. I could come in and turn the program off and just set myself a break even. So I'm like, I'm not going to bleed out anymore today, and I'm going to give myself a shot for the correction down here. Um, I could do that. I think I'll just wait though and see how this plays out. Not recommending or suggesting anyone do any of these trades. I'm not. Again, I don't know the outcome. By the way, the CME has a challenge next week, and we'll do our best to participate. It's a little more difficult because we can't automate it, but you can sign up for free and you can play, and there's little prize money. The last time we went after one, the last one we were on vacation, so we registered, but we didn't trade. The one before that in December, there were 2,300 traders coast to coast, or maybe internationally, and it was for a week, and we placed number 6. So we are out to try to win it. We haven't won it yet. That was our best finish. We've finished. That was 6. We've had another one. That was about 3,000. We finished 7. We finished 20. We're usually in the top, 1% or closer. But so we will try to get on top of it next week. We'll see how we do. We'll keep you posted. But sign up. I'm going to go ahead and draw in a target area. Let's see if we can get there. Um, Maybe we'll do it this way. Can we get down to in here? It'll be over here someplace, but if we do that, we clean it all up. Mhm. Okay, so we're on borrowed time right now. It's about 1:15, and I am going to have to break away, and I need the screens. So we'll try to keep this view up for about another 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get the break. We'll keep you posted. But in the meantime, I want to just say thank you for stopping by, and let's while that's working, let's go over here and take a peek at the overall market. And you can tell just from the color that the little bounce that we had the middle part of the day over the lunch hour has dissipated, and the selling has resumed down, right? And we do want to see it. I do want to see it later today. I do think that I think it's going to accelerate into the close. And I do think that we've seen some significant breaks in the S&P and the Nasdaq. And we have some catalysts. We have some economic numbers rolling out that aren't so great. We have some earnings rolling out that aren't so great. And here it is now. So now hopefully we say goodbye to this. I don't want to take a buy up here. So what I'm inclined to do, what I'm going to do, I'll let you watch this. I am going to turn the program off. Yeah, we're in a nice spot here. So let me go do this. I'm going to turn it off. When I do this, it's going to ask me, do you want to close the trade? No, do not close the trade. But I do not want to leave the trade without a stop. So I'm going to set, bear with me here. I'm going to set some targets in here. And bear with me. Make sure I don't make any mistakes. Yeah, whoops, here we go. Close that off. And I'm going to place this. So the program is not running. Cancel. Too wide. Okay, so I took that trade. I did that mechanically, and the machine actually took it as well. I actually placed the order. We're going to see if we can take it back up, and we'll buy it down in here and see if we can take it back up here for a squeeze into the afternoon. We'll see. There is a stop in here. And the worst I can do, we're still going to be profitable for the week, but we'll see if we can burn this drawdown off. At Let's see, yeah, we're pushing 130 in a moment or two. I'll have to break away. I'm going to try to let you watch, and we'll see how we do. Here is the sell down. This is a beautiful sell down view of the overall markets, and we'll see if we can. Silver is not going with the other markets, so it shouldn't be influenced by that. And they're bringing it back up. Now, what we would want to see is we would want to see a target up in here, right? And then we would be whole. I'll let you watch. Okay, folks, we're extended here. We're sitting on this. Oops, sorry about that. Um, all kinds of noise in the background, and that's Abby. Um, and let's just take a peek at this. Oh my God, Abby, we may ring the cash register here. Let's close it, and we're going to do this manually, and we'll see if we can take it back down the other side. We'll give you a view. But what I was saying is it's 150 wherever we be come. Oops, let's see. Sorry, cancel. I made a mistake there. And we made a mistake on the entry. Dang it, Donald. Close. I made a mistake. There it is. An error, unforced error on that one. Order entry. Did it manually. We'll bring this down. But we will need to suspend the YouTube at 2 o'clock. So we'll be where we'll be, and we'll see if we can get a winning trade locked in, and we'll keep you apprised of how we finish the week, either later tonight and or tomorrow. While we're doing this, this trade is on. Let's slide over and take a look. There we go. So we're right back down the other side of these markets. Do you hear that? Do you hear those two? Oh my God! Can you, two golden retrievers that are just going at it. Abby is. She is full of it. So we have this on. Um, it's on manually. I'm going to let that run. I'm going to let you watch here. I think this might be more interesting to you. And when I come back, somewhere between 2 and 2:15, trying to give you every opportunity to see. We'll have to turn down though. Thank you. Once again, these tools though can be on your desktop, right? You can set out to get them on your desktop, and then you get a chance. Let me erase some of this stuff here. We don't need that on there. That'd be a little confusing. And you get to listen to that. You hear that? Abby, what's going on? What are you doing? Now, let me just point out here, here's that VIX, right? And the VIX goes long at 125. 125. What was also going short? It's the inverse. The ES goes short at 120. The NQ goes short at 125. The Dow goes short at 120. The Russell's been short since 1015. How and why does that happen? The markets have been commoditized. They've always been. They've been commoditized for decades. It's machines. The whole cottage industry, from CNBC to Wall Street to all these stock pimps and pumpers, it's their business to tell stories. It's machines. And I'm not saying that well, no one else has other than Members Swing Machine, but at minimum, we have visibility on them. We just need a skill set to execute, capture the profit, come back and do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Maybe we don't get it all. Maybe we only get a portion, right? And we'll see here. We may not be profitable today. We may not. But I don't want to add to that. So I'm going to go to my account. Yep, I'm going to lock this in so we have a guaranteed winning trade. I'm not going to add to any insult, and we'll let that go. And I'm going to bring this down, and I'm playing for an outlier profit. And I've decided I'm going to let you watch. Okay, I'm going to let you watch. And I won't be here to comment, so this is the one that I want you to be able to see. We'll see how that plays out. I'm either going to finish down for the day about 2200, or I'm going to clean that all up and have a big fat profit. We're going to need this down here, though. That's what we're going to need to have it. I think there's a good shot that we get it. We'll see. I'm going to let you watch. Okay, so we're going to give everyone a view. We didn't set the world on fire on our silver contract today, but we're going to see if we can mitigate the drawdown. And but let's go back to swing. Let's look at the ES. Let's look at the VIX on a 60-minute long at 1 p.m. But that was 50 hours ago. 50 hours ago. Sounds like 2 days ago. I don't have the date in here. I could. But let's look at the 60-minute here on the ES. Short 50 hours ago. Isn't that crazy? 50, 50, 50. Set your clock to it. My guess is within an hour or two, 52, 52 hours ago. The Dow within an hour or two. Nope, 7 hours ago. Nope. A little later, they go there to hide 28 hours ago. But it was 50 hours ago that the sell came in. 25 grand. Let's look at the daily. What's going on with the daily? Okay, so the daily VIX now is in euphoria. So that means we should see the markets in panic sell. And let's take a look. And we do. We have it in panic sell on a daily. So what does that mean? It means that they can go lower. It does. However, hopefully you're already short. To initiate a short in this position with the VIX in euphoria, in the ES in panic, you run the risk of getting your head ripped back, quite a bit. But it is significant, and it's trying to short on a daily today. And let's look at, and this is day number 2 for the Nasdaq. So the Nasdaq is in a definitive swing machine downtrend. And what we don't know is, now the entry was at 24, basically 25,000, and we're 400 or 500 points, just 1.5%. We could be looking at this short for a few days. We could be looking at this short for 3 or 4 weeks. We've seen hourly signals last weeks, 2-3 weeks, 2 weeks anyways. But there'll be a lot of give and take. There'll be a lot of volatility. So if you over leverage a small account, you may not have the firepower, you may not have the stamina to withstand the volatility, right? Or the experience. Same is true with your golf game, right? If you've been there a few times before, you'll know. So the Dow is still long, but it's dipping. And the Russell, let's go to the Russell. The Russell is still long 48 days ago and dipping. But the ES and the NASDAQ are clearly starting to trend down, and the VIX is now trending up. This market is in corrective mode. We can still get rallies. We still can get some vicious rallies. Let's look at silver on an hourly. Short 19 hours ago. What is it on a daily? My guess says on the daily it's just the dip. And it is. It's just a dip. But one hell of a dip, though, right? One hell of a dip. Once again, if you're not over leveraged, you got plenty of capital, you got plenty of experience, you can weather that type of volatility. If you get over leveraged, you can't weather it. It's too tumultuous. We'll put these back. Hi everyone, it's Don. We're going to need to sign off. Nice finish. We're not done. I'm not saying that we won't get a bounce, in the morning, but market has made a, significant shift, and the good news is for our members, the Nicholas timing model, has sniffed this out, and hopefully everyone is in one piece for membership. Thank you for stopping by. We didn't set the world on fire with our trading on silver today. The account, though, this is all that it's done. We've only been trading silver this week. We're long. We're going to try to stay long. We're going to adjust our stop, and we're out to preserve and protect this capital. The profit, I'm not sure we'll be doing any trading tomorrow. We'll be around, but when it comes to silver, hopefully we can wrap this up tonight with a rally, clean this up, and maybe we get back up in here on some kind of a bounce. I wish everyone the best. Any questions, sing out, let us know. Thank you for stopping by.